Masa depan yang cerah dimulai dari keinginan yang besar. Keinginan yang terus tumbuh dari kemarin, hari ini, dan esok.
Sekarang saatnya kami menentukan pilihan. Pilihan yang akan membawa kami pada perjalanan mewujudkan mimpi.
Di sini, kami hadir bersama mimpi-mimpi.
Di sini, kami akan berproses dan bertumbuh.
Mandiri dan bermartabat.
Selamat datang dan selamat bergabung dalam keluarga besar Sivitas Akademika Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Kampus di mana perbedaan dan kebersamaan menjadi kekuatan dalam menghidupkan ide dan gagasan. Kita akan bergandengan tangan untuk berkarya menciptakan inovasi demi kebaikan hidup masyarakat dan kemajuan bangsa.
Belajar adalah investasi terbaik untuk masa depanmu. Tetap fokus pada tujuanmu, jadikan pembelajaran sebagai kebiasaan sehari-hari.
Setiap langkah keberhasilan dimulai dari tekad yang kuat dan semangat yang tak pernah padam.
Jangan pernah berhenti belajar, karena hidup tak pernah berhenti memberikan pelajaran dan kesempatan untuk kita semua.
Kesuksesan datang kepada mereka yang tak pernah menyerah. Kunci utama meraih impian adalah dengan mempertahankan semangat dan konsistensi.
Masa depanmu dimulai dari dirimu sendiri. Dan kunci sukses ada di tangan.
Dalam menghadapi cepatnya perubahan budaya dan perkembangan teknologi, maka selangkah lebih maju dari tantangan adalah cara yang harus dilakukan. Inovasi dan transformasi merupakan bagian integral dari setiap langkah yang kita lakukan. Dari semua kesempatan baik, pasti ada pilihan terbaik. Pilihanmu bergabung di Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri adalah langkah yang tepat. Kunci sukses ada di tangan.
The best choice!
Morning, before we start our event today, please turn off your microphone. For all audience, please rename your Zoom account. For presenters, and your name. And for participants, your name and association. Thank you.
First of all, let's pray and praise to God. Because of His grace and mercy, we can come together without any obstacles here with healthy condition. I am Marisa Friday and my partner.
Hearing guys my name, it is a great honor and precious chance for us to be master of ceremony at the Zoom meeting in our big event.
The 10th English Language Teaching and Technology 2024 National Conference by the theme Global Perspectives in ELT, Language, Culture and Technology, held by
English Language Education Department, University of Nusantara PGRI Kediri. The Excellency, the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Dr. Agus Widodo, Master of Education.
The Honorable, the Head of English Language Education Department, Dr. Horia, Master of Education.
The respectable Chairperson of 10th ELTT 2024, Dr. Suhartono, Master of Education.
The unforgettable all of presenters and participants of the 10th ELTT 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a Master of Ceremony, allow us to host you to enjoy our glorious event by these agendas.
The first agenda is opening.
Singing Indonesia anthem will be the second agenda.
The third agenda is speeches.
The following agenda is praying.
Keynote speaker session A will be the fifth agenda.
Breakout room will be the sixth agenda by invited speakers.
Preparation for breakout room by presenters.
The seventh agenda is parallel session for breakout room by presenters.
The next agenda is keynote speaker session B.
The last agenda is closing.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the first agenda. Today, 9th of November 2024. Let's take a moment of silence to recite Basmalah and your own belief.
Thank you very much. May our agenda run well from the beginning to the end. The second agenda is singing Indonesia anthem. To the committee in charge, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. May the prosperity always be given to our beloved country. Amen. And the third agenda is speeches. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite the chairperson of this event, to Dr. Suhartono, Master of Education. The valuable time is yours.
Okay, everybody. Right, now I'm standing up here as the chairman of the committee. I would like to deliver my short speech to you all, everyone. First of all, I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 10th National Virtual Conference on English Language Teaching and Technology, or ELTT 2024. Well, everyone, I would like to express my special gratitude to the following persons who support this conference totally. They are, first, The Excellency, Dr. Agus Widodo, Master of Education, as the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty. The second is the respectable Head of English Department, Dr. Muhammadiyah, Master of Education. And the third, the distinguished keynote speakers of the 10th ELTT, Bapak Yanuar, Dwi Prasetyo Philosophy of Education, and Ibu Mackenzie Holmes. Okay. The fourth is the distinguished plenary speakers, Bapak Samsul Arifin, Master of Education from University of PGRI Madiun. And next is Bapak Dr. Bambang Harmanto, Master of Education from University of Muhammadiyah, Ponorogo. And the last but not the least is Ibu Dr. Koiriah, Master of Education. She is a fresh graduate from University of Nusantara, PGRI Kediri. And also the distinguished presenters and participants of the 10th ELTT 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks you to each and every one of you for being here today on this virtual ELTT conference. My name is Suartono. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the 10th National Virtual Conference on English Language Teaching and Technology, or ELTT, hosted by the English Language Education Department, Teacher Training and Education Faculty, University of Nusantara, PGRI Kediri. This event, as you know, is very special as it is also co-hosted by University of PGRI Madiun and University of Muhammadiyah, Ponorogo. We really hope that this kinds of mutual academic relationship can be carried out again for intensively in the near future. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I would like to express my deep appreciation to my beloved members of the 10th ELTT conference who have been working very hard just to make this event come true. This annual conference is conducted to provide an opportunity for all English teachers, students, lecturers to take part in academic forum as presenters and participants. Well, as you see that, the theme of this year's annual conference is Global Perspective in ELTT, Language, Culture, and Technology. It is chosen to accommodate and facilitate thoughts and experiences of teachers and lecturers in developing English language teaching and research. It also equips the students to build their pedagogical knowledge and research so that they can contribute actively and internationally in academic forum. Well, we are glad to have so many presenters and participants today. They come from several different universities. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that by participating in this conference, we are in the right place and time. Together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up good practices. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very successful conference, and I hope you can enjoy this event from the start until finish. Well, before I close my short speech, I would like to say about a short poem. In the morning, we drink tea. It makes us feel better. Let's join ELTT. Let's enjoy the conference together. And also my poem in bahasa Indonesia, pantun, ya. Ikan belut dibuat, ikan belut dibuat sate. Oke. Kalau pikiran kalut, lebih baik ikut saja ELTT. Well, last but not least, thank you so much for your participation. Enjoy ELTT the 10th 2024, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, the MC.
Thank you very much for the incredible speech. The next speech is from the head of English Language Education Department, University of Nusantara, PGRI Kediri. To Dr. Koiriah, Master of Education, the precious time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the chance that has been given to me. Honorable the Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Bapak Dr. Agus Widodo, Master of Education, my deep appreciation goes to speakers, Bapak Januar Dwi Prasetyo, Doctor of Philosophy from State University of Lampung. Good morning, Pak Januar. Welcome to UNP Kediri. The next, Mackenzie Halls, the expert of ESL from USA. Good morning, Mackenzie. Welcome to UNP Kediri, although virtually. Thank you. My appreciation also goes to invited speakers. The first is Bapak Dr. Bambang Harmono, Master of Education from University of Muhammadiyah, Ponorogo. Good morning, Pak Bambang. And the next, Pak Samsul Arifin, Master of Education from University of PGRI, Madiun. Good morning, Pak Samsul. And also, respectable to all committee. Dear participants who have attended in conference today. First of all, let's say many thanks to our God for His blessing and mercy, so we can gather in this event in a good health and condition. Secondly, thank you very much to the committee and especially to Bapak Dr. Suhartono, Master of Education, as a chairperson for working hard to prepare this program. Thank you so much to keynote speakers and invited speakers, and also for all participants for the contribution to the 10th ELTT National Conference. So this conference comes through. Well, in this lovely morning, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to join this ELTT National Conference hosted by English Language Education Department, University of Nusantara PGRI Kediri, and co-hosted by University of PGRI Madiun and University of Muhammadiyah Ponorogo with the theme Global Perspective in ELT, Language, Culture, and Technology. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the 10th National ELTT Conference is annual program in English Language Education Department. The purpose is to facilitate the students, lecturer, practitioner to share their thoughts, ideas, experiences in academic situation. I hope with this program we can learn many new things, get new insights, and participate in all activities happily. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all from me. May this program run smoothly. Thanks for your attention. Enjoy the conference today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the incredible speech. The last speech is from the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Nusantara PGRI Kediri, to give his remarks, then continue opening of the 10th English Language Teaching and Technology 2024 to Dr. Agus Widodo, Master of Education. The time is yours.
Tes, suara saya bisa terdengar ya? Bisa Bapak?
Bisa Pak, bisa.
Yes, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yang saya hormati, pembicara kunci dalam kegiatan konferensi hari ini, Bapak Yanuar Dwi Prastyo, PhD, Ibu Mackenzie, seorang guru dari Amerika, ahli pembelajaran bahasa Inggris sebagai second language, Ibu Dr. Korea, Bapak Bambang Harmanto dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Ponorogo, Bapak Samsul Arifin dari Universitas PGRI Madiun, dan para peserta seminar konferensi nasional yang saya hormati. Terima kasih. Sebelumnya kami sampaikan ke Bapak Hartono sebagai Ketua Pelaksana kegiatan hari ini yang dengan semangat tadi menyampaikan prakata untuk kegiatan hari ini. Semoga semuanya senantiasa dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Bapak Ibu semuanya yang saya hormati dan peserta konferensi. Konferensi ini adalah konferensi yang ke-10 yang dilaksanakan oleh Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Tentu saja dengan kegiatan yang sampai ke 10 kali ini, mudah-mudahan konferensi ELTT ini memberikan banyak manfaat bagi kita semua, terutama berkaitan dengan bagaimana kita bisa mengadaptasikan pembelajaran bahasa Inggris, pendekatan pedagogik bahasa Inggris yang semakin efektif, efisien, dengan mengintegrasikan dengan perkembangan teknologi. Saya kira kalau di tren teknologi pendidikan pada era sekarang ini, kita ada gamification, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, dan sebagainya. Nah, oleh karena itu, mau tidak mau, saya pikir kita harus mengikuti perkembangan di dalam tren teknologi education, sehingga pembelajaran bahasa Inggris sebagai bahasa kedua di negara kita maupun di negara-negara lain dapat berlangsung dengan efektif. Kalau kita ingat dulu, kita masa saya SMP, SMA itu umumnya masih pendekatan tradisional, katanya demikian. Jadi ada penguasaan grammar, vocab, translation. Sekarang nampaknya beralih dengan kemajuan perkembangan teknologi, kita lebih cenderung ke pengembangan atau meningkatkan kemampuan berkomunikasi dalam bahasa Inggris. Tentu saja saya sangat berterima kasih kepada Bapak Artono dan teman-teman yang telah menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini dengan persiapan yang semaksimal mungkin. Terima kasih kepada program studi bahasa Inggris yang telah mengajak bekerja sama dengan beberapa program studi di perguruan tinggi di sekitar Kediri. Nah, kita sekarang ini memang dituntut untuk berkolaborasi dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi yang ada. Akhirnya dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim dan memohon agar kegiatan ini membawa manfaat keberkahan bagi kita semua, the 10th National Conference of English Language Teaching and Technology dengan tema Global Perspective in ELT, Language, Culture and Technology, saya nyatakan dibuka dan dimulai. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Saya akhiri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much for the inspiring speech. The next agenda is praying that will be led by Mr. Muslikan, Master of Education. To Mr. Muslikan, Master of Education, the blessing said belongs to you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our national conference can run successfully. I will lead this prayer based on teaching of Islam. Those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each your belief. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu, kama yanbaghi li jalal wajhika wa adhimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, salatan tunjina biha min jamil ahwali wal afat, wa taqdi lana biha min jami'il hajat, wa tutahhiruna biha min jami'is syai'at, wa tarfa'una biha indaka 'ala darajat, wa tuballighuna biha aqsal ghayat min jami'il khairat fil hayati wa ba'dal mamat. Ya Allah, today, Saturday, on the 9th of November 2024, in this beautiful place, we virtually gather to bring about the 10th National Conference of English Language Teaching and Technology in our inspiring university, the University of Nusantara, PGRI Kediri. Ya Allah, may this national conference will be useful, meaningful, and successful. May the conference bring benefits to our lives, broaden our knowledge, and shine our ideas. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakuna minal khasirin. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da haitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Raditu billahi rabba wa bil islami dina wa bi Muhammadin nabiyya wa rasula. Rabbi zidni ilma warzuqni fahma warzuqni fahma warzuqni fahma birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma ighfirli dhunubi wa liwalidayya warhamhuma kama rabbayani shaghira. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now we are going to the keynote speaker session A. The presenter in plenary session A is Mr. Yanuar Dwi Prasetyo, Doctor of Philosophy from University of Lampung, that will be moderated by Mr. Agung Wicaksono, Master of Education. Before entering the main session, allow me to read the curriculum vitae of moderator. Mr. Agung Wicaksono, Master of Education, is a lecturer in University of Nusantara PGRI Kediri. He has been teaching for almost 25 years in Indonesia and England. In 2001, he moved to York, England to live, work, and study. He completed non-degree program of Oxford, Cambridge, and RSA examination in adult literacy. Trinity Examination Board in ESOL Skills for Live Speaking and Listening, and Certificate in Advanced English University of Nusantara ESOL Examination. At the end of 2005, he came back to Indonesia and got a master's degree in UNS Surakarta. To Mr. Agung Wicaksono, Master of Education, the time is yours.
Okay, good morning everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I would like to say hi first to Pak Yanwar. Bapak Yanwar.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Agung.
Hi, it's good. Thank you so much for the time today that you're going to share your ideas and also your experience with us. But before you start your presentation, I would like to read a little bit of your CV. I know that it's a very long, so it's my homework to summarize because you are very productive and really brilliant lecturers here. Okay, Bapak Yanwar Dwi Prasetyo, PhD, from the education backgrounds, 2013 up to 2017, he completed a doctoral program in TESOL. TESOL means teaching English for speakers of other languages, in a University of Limerick Island, and that is supported by Indonesian government. And then after that is completed in a master degree and supported by Indian Council or Indian governments. In 2008, completed in English Department of Stein Tulung Agung. I can see that it's from your education backgrounds. You are a very global person, Bapak. Thank you so much though for your action next time we share with us. For working experience here, as I told you before that Bapak Yanwar is a very productive and brilliant lecturer here. I have to summarize because it's 4 pages. Definitely, he is one of the think tank of our Minister of Education, especially in introducing or preparing the Merdeka curriculums. Bapak Yanwar is all over Indonesia, give a training to many universities related with this new curriculum that implemented in our country. Definitely here, as I can see, that Bapak Yanwar interested in curriculum developments. So many kinds of work that usually relate with curriculum developments. Okay, I think that's all. If I read, there will be a long time that I have to say about Bapak Yanwar. Okay, then before we start, without further ado, let's listen to Bapak Yanwar about his idea, experience, and thoughts about ESL and curriculum in Indonesia. Okay, Bapak, time is yours.
Baik, thank you very much, Mr. Agung Wicaksono, my good friend. Thank you very much for your introduction. And Honorable Mr. Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Agus Widodo, Ibu Khairia as Head of English Education Study Program, keynote speakers in this national conference, and also all the speakers, participants, and also committee of this conference. First of all, let's pray and thanks our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us His blessings and mercies, so we can gather in this place without any obstacles. And salawat and salam always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and may all of us have salawat from him as well. All right, thank you very much, Pak Agung, for your introduction. And in today's presentation, I would like to share my knowledge and experience related to the implementation of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, as I was one of the person or lecturers who always follow the implementation and the development of the policy of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. So my presentation will be entitled The Impacts of Emancipated Learning Independent Campus or Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka MBKM program as a learning model in the English students' learning outcomes. So I would like basically to evaluate whether, because many other research studies have already studied the impact of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka in relation to the hard skills and soft skills of the students. However, research studies evaluating the impact of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka on the students' core competency is very limited. So I would like to do a literate review on what has been conducted related to Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka during 2020-2024. So basically, Bapak Ibu, the MBKM program aims to enhance the flexibility and relevance in higher education by providing the freedom for students to choose learning activities in accordance to their learning needs, passions, and future career plans. Since its first launch and implementation in early 2020, MBKM programs have been implemented in thousands of higher education institutions and participated by hundreds of thousands of students all over Indonesia. Lots of studies has been conducted to explore MBKM programs implementation, as well as to assess its impact on students' learning outcome. The present study aims to assess the impact of MBKM program on students' learning outcome by exploring available research publication related to MBKM programs. The results indicated that in addition to the positive impact of MBKM programs implementations, there are also prominent negative impacts on the students' learning outcomes, especially related to the students' program core graduate learning outcomes. So I found out that from many research, positive impacts, of course, there are positive impacts of this Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. However, when we assess the impact of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka directly related to the core competencies of the students related to their specific study programs, there are various impacts, positive and also negative. Apart from there is also a mismatch between MBKM activities and the study program's core curriculum, which causes a disparities in students' competencies. So the students who join MBKM programs and the students who are regular studying in the study program, there is potential gap disparities among their competencies. Other impacts include the less involvement of lecturers in supervising MBKM activities and the increased administrative burden for the study program. Recommendations are given to align MBKM activities with the core curriculum, increase the role of supervising lecturers, and reduce the administrative burden. Future collaboration research on the impact of MBKM program on students' core graduate learning outcomes are welcome. So, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, if you are very interested to conduct a collaborative research in assessing how the MBKM implementation has an impact on the core competencies of the students related to the study program, because as we see that from 4 years implementation, many students are actually joining MBKM program not for the relevance of the MBKM program and the core competence of study programs. Therefore, some lecturers, some study programs, they feel a little bit reluctant to allow the students to join MBKM program, which is not actually related to the core competency of the study program. The problems lies on the difficulties on how can we recognize the competencies that is gained by the students from MBKM program into the subjects or courses in our curriculum, because sometimes there is no direct correlation between what we offer in the courses CPMK capaian pembelajaran mata kuliah and the capaian pembelajaran atau learning outcomes from MBKM activities. So in my presentation, in this research, I would like to divide my presentation into 4 areas. The first is MBKM policies and objectives. The second is MBKM implementation. The third is factors influencing MBKM implementation. And the last is recommendations and further future research. So MBKM, first launched in 2020, aims to transform higher education in Indonesia by increasing learning flexibility and students' autonomy. It allows students to spend up to 1 semester or equivalent to 20 credits in other study programs in campus and up to 2 semesters, 40 credits in off-campus activities such as internships, entrepreneurship and research, and many other MBKM programs. This learning models is designed to better prepare students for workforce by providing practical experience alongside theoretical knowledge. The policy requires higher education institutions to adapt their curricula and strengthen collaboration with external partners, including industry and community organization. So basically, what needs to be done by the higher education institutions in implementing MBKM is to adapt or develop their curriculums, so their curriculums will be able to integrate Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka competencies for the students in their core curriculums. So improvement or development of the curriculum in higher education is very important factor in successful implementation of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. So higher education institutions redesign courses for flexibility and integration of the recognition of the MBKM activities. And also, another factors that support the success implementation of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka is external partnerships, because it is impossible for higher education institutions to implement Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka without partnership or collaborations with industry and other organizations. Within the framework of MBKM policy, students have the opportunity to undergo the learning process, not only in their study program, but also outside of their study program by participating in various activities relevant to their needs, passions, and career plan. Overall, MBKM open up space for students to spend up to 1 semester that I have already mentioned and 2 semesters outside of their institutions. MBKM programs bring significant impact on higher education institutions, both academically and non-academically. Overall, MBKM programs require higher education institutions to design a more dynamic and flexible curriculum, which focus not only on mastering theory, but also on developing soft skills and practical skills. This encourages changes in course design and the preparation of a more integrative curriculum, allowing students to take relevant courses or activities outside of campus, but still be recognized as part of their academic credits. So this is actually the advantages and disadvantages at the same time. The advantages is that students have the opportunity to study outside of their study program and be recognized as their credits in their curriculums. That is one advantages. The disadvantages is that because the study is conducted outside of the study program and universities, there is difficulties on how to recognize the capaian pembelajaran or learning outcomes attained by students outside of the classroom in order to be able to relevant to the courses learning outcomes in our institution. On the other hand, higher education institutions also struggle with managerial challenges to strengthen collaboration with external partners, including industry, government agencies, community organizations, and international institutions, to ensure the sustainability and quality of MBKM activities. Now, Bapak Ibu, there is also perceptions in Indonesia that has goes on and on that by the changes of the Minister of Education or any ministry, the policy related to curriculum, related to uh, the learning process will also be changes. So let's see whether by the changes of the ministry, now it is divided into three ministries: Ministry of Basic and Middle Education, Ministry of Culture, also Ministry of Higher Education. Hopefully the investment, the education process that we have already done in the past will not change dramatically, that we need to start over all the programs that we have already conducted. However, although the MBKM policy offers various promising opportunities, its implementation in the teaching and learning process in higher education is not easy. Challenges in implementing MBKM, including the readiness of higher education institutions to adjust the curriculum, resource limitation in implementing off-campus activities, especially it happens to private universities, and also especially happens also to private universities outside of Java, and administrative constraints related to credit recognition and students' performance evaluation during the MBKM program. In addition, other factors such as lecturers' readiness, students' attitudes, and also external partners' commitments also greatly influence the success of implementing this program. Several early studies have shown that the success of MBKM is highly dependent on the readiness of higher education institutions to adjust the curriculum and develop collaboration with various parties. But empirical data on its effectiveness and impact on students still relatively limited. With this background, this study aims to analyze the implementation of MBKM policy in higher education institutions, including factors that support and hinders its implementation, as well as the impact of MBKM programs on student competency development. In addition, this study will provide recommendations for higher education institutions and other related parties in increasing the effectiveness of MBKM, so that this policy can provide optimal benefits for students, higher education institutions, and society as a whole. Through this study, it is hoped that a comprehensive picture can be obtained regarding the opportunity and challenges of MBKM and its contributions in advancing the higher education system in Indonesia. Several various studies have stated that MBKM is able to improve graduate skills, both technical and non-technical skills. However, limitation in curriculum, industry support, and readiness of higher education institutions in implementing this program invite various challenges. Therefore, this article reviews the literature related to MBKM evaluation, which focus on its influence on graduate achievement in various study programs. This study uses a literature review method to examine the implementation of MBKM policy and its impact on graduate learning outcomes, or GPL, in study program. The literature review was chosen because it allows for in-depth and systematic analysis of various previous studies and reports related to the implementation of MBKM. So it can provide a comprehensive picture of the impact of this policy in the context of learning achievement. After relevant literature have been collected, the next step is to conduct a systematic data analysis. This analysis is carried out by identifying the main themes in each literature, such as the implementation of MBKM strategy, challenges and obstacles, and indicators of impact on graduate learning outcome, or GPL. The analysis was carried out using a thematic analysis approach, where researchers group related information into appropriate themes. The theme that will be focused including MBKM implementation patterns in universities, and also supporting and inhibiting factors established in the implementation of MBKM. Literature shows that MBKM program allows to develop technical skills relevant to their fields as well. For example, a study by Pratama and Setiawan in 2021 revealed that 85% of students who participate in the MBKM programs experience an increase in their understanding of field practices, such as technical skills and the ability to solve complex problem solving. This impact was more pronounced in vocational and engineering study program compared to theoretical study programs. So, Bapak Ibu, from the research, we can see that MBKM has more profound impact on the technical skills and ability to solve the complex problem solving, especially in vocational or engineering study programs, compared to those theoretical study programs. Because when students are actually going for doing their MBKM implementation, they do not really have a chance to actually study the theory with lecturers in the classroom. When they conducted their MBKM program, most of the time they will go to the field and directly implement and develop their technical skills as well as their critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. However, related to the theoretical parts, research shows that there are not many correlation between students' MBKM activities as well towards their knowledge improvement when they are doing their MBKM, which face challenges in finding relevant industries partnerships. So it's kind of difficult for theoretical study programs to find partners in implementing MBKM because most of the time the source of the knowledge, the theoretical parts, are not outside of the campus, but instead inside of the campus with the lecturers. The MBKM program do have a number of advantages in improving students' technical skills and experience. However, a number of shortcomings and challenges were also identified in the implementation of this program. The following is a more in-depth evaluation of the shortcomings of MBKM internship program based on related literatures. First, Bapak Ibu, the shortcomings or drawbacks from the implementation of MBKM is mismatch between study program and MBKM partners. Sometimes, especially the program that is offered by the government in which students can choose by themselves without actually at the beginning of the implementation of MBKM, without actually consulting with their lecturers with the study program, they just directly apply for the program and they can apply for multiple positions in which sometimes it's not really related to their study program. So mismatch between study program and MBKM partners. Limited specific partners for each study program. Some study program like history, geography, and so on, the partners sometimes are not really related to the study program itself. MBKM students' positions is not relevant to study program. Sometimes even the industries is related to study program. However, the student's position at the job in conducting their MBKM programs are not really related to the theories, to the technical skills that they need to develop in their study program. Next is limited collaboration on the program development. Sometimes the program is only solely developed by the study program without actually collaborating intensively with the industry in which students are actually going to do their MBKM program. Impact on study program graduates' learning outcomes. The success of MBKM heavily relies on the availability of relevant MBKM partners. However, certain study programs face significant challenges due to the limited industry options. Specialized fields like nuclear engineering, marine engineering, and archaeology struggle to find partners that can provide appropriate practical experience. For us in education study program, in the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, of course, there will be no problem for us to find partners because there are thousands of schools from elementary school, junior high school, and senior high schools who usually become our partners in conducting an internship program or practice teaching in the schools. So we in Faculty of Education, we don't have really a problem with the partners. But for some other study program, they kind of struggling in finding out appropriate partners to conduct their MBKM program. This limitation is particularly acute in remote areas where support facilities are scarce. Moreover, for our university like Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri, I believe that there will be no problem in finding out industries and partners in implementation of MBKM, because there are a lot of schools, there are a lot of industries, there are a lot of partners available around the university itself. However, for some universities in Lampung, for example, in the not in the capital city of Lampung, for example, it's kind of difficult to find partners that they are willing to participate and collaborate in MBKM program, as well as knowing how to accept and train and develop our students' competencies during their MBKM program. The creative industries often comprises of small and medium enterprises may lack of capacity to offer comprehensive learning opportunities for students in art and design program. According to study by Apriliani et al. 2022, around 40% of students experience a mismatch between the competencies learned on campus and the work done during their MBKM programs. For example, students for more theoretical programs such as mathematics and physics, pure mathematics and pure physics, often have difficulty finding industries that offer internship opportunities according to their disciplines. This results in students working in positions that do not fully support the development of their skills, so that the effectiveness of MBKM on achieving graduate competencies is not optimal. Sometimes it's not really related to the graduate competencies of the study program. The lack of alignment between study programs and MBKM partners is one of the obstacles often faced by students and higher education institutions. This challenge arises because students are placed in companies or institutions that are not fully relevant to their academic field. So, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, studies shows that MBKM internship program has significant improvement students' technical skill and practical understanding. For instance, the study that I have already mentioned before by Pratama and Setiawan found that 80% of participant students experience enhanced field practice comprehension. The impact is particularly pronounced in vocational and engineering programs. However, theoretical study programs face challenges in finding relevant industries and partnership. So, based on research already conducted so far, MBKM is very appropriate or supports the improvement or the development of practical skills for vocational schools or vocational study program. However, for more theoretical study program, it is kind of difficult to find the partners who can actually accept the students and provide learning experience for the students to develop their knowledge, their skills, not related to the practical skills. A significant challenge in MBKM implementation is the mismatch between study program and internship placements. Apriliani 2022 reported that 40% of students experience a disconnect between their academic competencies and internship tasks. This is particularly problematic for theoretical problems like mathematics and physics, which relevant in this case is difficult. So this is the finding. About 40% of the students face competency task disconnect, in which what actually the students are doing in the place of their MBKM programs are not really what related to the knowledge and the skills that they need to develop in their study program, especially for theoretical program. And for the skill development, reduced effectiveness in achieving competencies, especially related to knowledge competencies. The insufficient collaboration, this is another factors influencing implementation of MBKM. The insufficient collaboration between universities and industries in developing relevant internship program exacerbates the mismatch issues. Mahardika and Shahrul 2023 highlighted that most companies lacked in-depth understanding of specific study programs, resulting in generic internship offering that do not align with academic curriculum. So this is also the challenge, Bapak Ibu, that we need to overcome in the future in implementing Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka policy. That is, we need to discuss deeply and make our partners understand about the specific of study program and what competencies we would like the MBKM program developed on our students. So in building the collaboration with industries, we need to make sure that the industry also understand what is MBKM program, and also they know how to develop the skills and competencies that we would like our students to develop based on our curriculum as well. And also, we need also to adjust the curriculum which will be related to the industry needs in accepting our students in the MBKM program. This limited engagement leads to internship programs that may not reflect real workplace needs. Only about 20% of companies actively collaborate with universities in developing these programs, indicating a significant gap between education and industry expectations. So it's only 20%, Bapak Ibu, from the study that companies are actively engaged and collaboratively develop the programs with the higher education institutions. Because the partners do not know the specific needs of the study program, therefore, sometimes the MBKM programs offered by the partners are generic offering. Internships do not align with the specific curricula. And also, there will be a skill mismatch. Program might not reflect real workplace needs. So this mismatch between internship experience and study program significantly affect graduates' competencies. Wahyudi 2021 noted that irrelevant internship can result in graduates lacking confidence in their professional skills. We now sometimes we found that our alumni are not really confident in doing their specific competencies. For example, our English students do not really feel confident in using their English as a means of communication outside of the classroom. According to LinkedIn, only 60% of employers feel that graduates lacks, according to LinkedIn, 60% of employers feel that graduate lacks necessary skills, especially in technical and interpersonal abilities. Furthermore, only about 30% of alumni believe their internship adequately prepare them for the workforce, highlighting a critical gap in the relevance, internship experience, and career needs. So for the employer perception, 60%, alumni satisfaction is only 30%, and graduates' lack of confidence in professional skills. So to address the challenges of MBKM implementation, several recommendations are proposed. First, increasing university-industry cooperation can lead to more relevant internship program or any programs related to MBKM. So more collaboration is needed, Bapak Ibu, more discussions and mutual understandings between higher education institutions and university. Universities should actively build partnership aligned with their academic fields. Secondly, developing specific internship placement tailored to each study program can enhance the relevance and of experience. Additionally, implementing pre-intensive training to provide basic industry expected skills can help students adapt more easily. Finally, adjusting the curriculum to include more flexible and adaptive skills can ensure the event placement not directly related to the field of study still contribute to overall graduate competencies. So, Bapak Ibu, in order to design successful MBKM implementation, three recommendations are provided. The first one is more collaboration and discussions between higher education institutions and the industry cooperation or the partners. By these discussions, we can build mutual understanding between the university or higher education institutions and the industry or partners in MBKM. Second, as we know that at the beginning, MBKM, there are a lot of MBKM flagship created and developed and funded by the governments. But now, I believe that independent MBKM programs implemented by the university in collaboration with their partners are encouraged. So second, developing specific internship placement tailored to each study program. So if our study program is English education, now what kind of MBKM are actually appropriate to support the development of our students' skills and learning outcomes. And finally, we need to adjust the curriculum to include more flexible and adaptive skills. So it's not only core competency in English skills and in the teaching and learning process, but also some other skills actually needed by the teachers in order to be an effective teachers needs to be identified and included in our curriculum. So Bapak Ibu, we need to adjust our curriculum so that we are going to provide not only basic core curriculum for the study program, but also the generic competencies for the students to be able to practice effectively as a teachers. So those are three recommendations that I can give. I think that's all from for my presentation. Thank you very much. I'll give it back to the moderator. Thank you, Bapak.
I can thank you so much for Bapak Yanar. I can underline, I can highlight here the very important information that you share with us. I think that's very brilliant ideas and also thoughts about MBKM. The thing that I underline here is about definitely MBKM enhance the flexibility of learning. Of course, there's always advantages and disadvantages here that need to be discussed. And then the gap also is true, definitely. The gap between MBKM students and the regular students, they also need our attentions. From your sharing ideas, definitely we need you more relate with the implementation, Bapak. So most of our university in Indonesia is still a bit confused how to implement MBKM. So we still need you, the ideas and also suggestions and recommendations as well. Okay, while waiting for the questions, so please raise your hand from the participants. While waiting for the participants, Bapak Suhartono, maybe do you have the questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Bapak Agung. It's a time for me to ask, or just to want to share ideas with Pak Dwi Prasetyo ya. Belum aku Mas tanya, I went to IIN. Now it becomes Islamic State University ya.
Yes.
Okay, good. What should I call you, Bapak Prasetyo or Dwi? No. Pak Yanwar ya. Yanwar ya. Since I got some friends from Tulungagung as well ya, Pak Yatno, Pak Nusamsu as well ya. I hope that you are still familiar with them ya. Right. Well, seeing your presentation, I'm really impressed because MBKM has been widely implemented. All right. May I have two questions, Pak Januar?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, just want to share with you, Pak Januar, talking about MBKM. Yeah. Well, my first question is the MBKM internship program, especially implemented in higher education, tends to produce students to be professional, or they are ready for working in some industries, as what you presented. Yeah. Okay. The next, should we produce students to be professional, or should we facilitate students to be scientists when they are studying in higher education, Pak Yanwa? That's my first question. And next, my second question. Should based on your statistic as well, the change of ministry of education will also, or might, yeah, sorry, I can say, or may or might change the curriculum as well. Yeah. And next, if we should go on implementing the MBKM, what consideration should we take, January? Thank you. These are my questions. Thank you, Pak Agung.
Yeah, okay, Mo. Please, Pak Januar, you can answer Pak Suhartono's question.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Suhartono. You have two brilliant questions. First is if we are doing MBKM in higher education institutions and the development usually in the practical skills of the students. So your question, as I got it, is should we focus on professional or on the scientist development or providing experience for to be a professional or the scientist? Actually, the MBKM essence that launched by Mas Menteri is based on the fact that many graduates from the university who actually cannot work professionally, even though the job vacancy are a lot, but there is mismatch or gap between what the employers are looking for and what the students are able to do as a result of our education in higher education. So the essence of MBKM is to close the gap between what are expected by the employers and what the university can produce. So MBKM, of course, should not neglect the core competency of the students in the study program. Therefore, Bapak, I would like to suggest that all the study programs who would like to implement MBKM, in order not losing their core competencies, I suggest, Bapak, and to all of participants, that in the curriculum development, the core competencies, the theoretical development, the scientist development should be placed in the first 5 semesters for undergraduate program. So an MBKM should be placed on the last 3rd semester of the program. So basically, if you would like to make a cake, membuat kue, Bapak, the study programs need to ensure that the cake is ready by the 5th semester. I always imagine like this. Jika kita ingin membuat kue donat study program, donatnya harus sudah jadi di semester 5. So MBKM is the topping of the donut. So the scientists, as the study program core competencies, should be ready by the 5th semester. Therefore, our curriculum, all the theoretical parts need to be included in the 5 first semester. And MBKM, if the students do not want to join MBKM, because MBKM is the rights of the students, it can be taken, if they don't want to join the MBKM, it's okay. So if they don't want to join MBKM, means they are going to be original donut. If they want to take some of the MBKM programs, like practicing in industries, they want to be expert in some other areas, donat rasa coklat, donat rasa keju. It depends on the student's patience and future careers. So, Bapak, actually MBKM is the balance between scientist and professional, because as the study conducted by Mas Menteri's teams, that not all the students are actually working in accordance to the study program. So therefore, students need to be provided with the opportunity to access competencies and skills outside of the study program. But for the study program, it is our job to make sure that the core competency is experienced by the students in the first 5 semester in their study program. So that is the first question, Bapak Suhartono. For the second question, what considerations need to be taken in implementing MBKM? So MBKM should provide opportunities for the students to improve their competencies, skills, and knowledge. So the first consideration is the correlation between the MBKM taken by students with the core competency of the students in the study program, in addition to the students' needs, wants, and future career plans. Because Pak Hartono, I experienced it is a real accidents that some of the students join MBKM, especially flagship, is not because of they want to improve some skills, but because they want to get some money from the program itself. Because yes, because some students, they understand, they identify that by following MBKM program, they will get incentive from the government. So there are a lot of motivation. So before joining MBKM program, I suggest that study programs need to check whether the program will be relevant to the student's core competency or competency needed for the future career or not. If it is not, maybe there is another hidden agenda for the students. So in my experience, Bapak, now the students cannot apply any MBKM program without actually getting recommendation from the study program. So the study program is the gatekeeper which allow the students to join MBKM or not, because sometimes we cannot really detect what are the hidden agenda of the students. I think that's all my answer, Bapak. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the inspiring answer from Bapak Januar. And thank you for Pak Sartono for a very good questions here. And the second question is from Jimmy from Universitas PSI. He wants to ask about MBKM progress in the new government's era today. How will the MBKM continuously in the new government's era, especially IISMA program?
ISMA program. Yes, thank you, Jimmy. I cannot say for sure what will happen to our education policy, but as we know that Prof. Satrio has already made a conference at the beginning of his leadership in the Ministry of Higher Education and Science Tech, and he mentioned that MBKM programs will, which is good for the higher education institution, will be continued. Because I'm also afraid, I'm very afraid, Bapak Ibu, the perceptions that ganti menteri, ganti kebijakan, ganti menteri, ganti kurikulum will be true. And there will be evidence. So far, hopefully, that there will be no significant changes, because our investment in the education, our investment in the curriculum development, our investment in the collaboration with industries will be varies if there will be no continuation of the program. So, Pak Jimmy and Bapak Ibu, we do hope that MBKM program will still be continued with some improvements. If there are limitations, then we can work together to improve. But I want to make sure for the study program and the universities, MBKM will provide students with opportunities to learn according to their needs, to their plans, and their career plans. Because if you, we can say that not 100% of the students taking the study program based on their own wants. Sometimes because they are not being accepted in other study programs that they want. So willy-nilly they have to take the English education study program. Therefore, I would like to ask all the head of the study program, you need to develop your curriculum, adjust the curriculum, make sure that the core competencies are implemented in the first 5 of the semester. Then 3 semesters will be provided for the students to choose whether they want to be donut original or they want to have another toppings on their donut. So I cannot say for sure whether the MBKM implementation will be still continued, especially ISMA. But from the conference conducted by Prof. Satrio, he mentioned that the MBKM program, which is good, will be continued and we'll have some evaluation of the program. I think that's all, Prat.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I think there is no more questions here. But I would like to say that MBKM, I think that is a brilliant idea from the government, because already talked to discuss with my son. My son works in Manchester Metropolitan University. Why not, if the person who take MBKM, they can put in the certificate. For example, like we have for bachelor degree, we have 144 credits, right? If that person take let's say less than half, usually they will put with in the certificate. Example, if the students learning business management and then take English, but the English is less than half, so in the certificate they will be written business management with English. But if more than half, they will be written business English and English. That is according to him. So why not we put it in legal as well, instead of in SKPI or something like that. Okay, all right, thank you so much, Bapak Yanuar. Put your hands together for Bapak Yanuar. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next time. Okay, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The following is giving certificate for Mr. Yanuar D. Prasetyo, Doctor of Philosophy, that will be given by the head of English Language Education Department to Dr. Khairiah, Master of Education. The precious time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for Pak Yanuar for your nice sharing today. So we have gained, many new insight. Yeah, hopefully we can meet in other event later. So here is the certificate for you. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Yanuar. Bye-bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will go to the next agenda. It's preparation for a breakout room by invited speakers.
The first invited speaker is Dr. Khairiah, Master of Education from University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri, that will be moderated by Mr. Muslikan, Master of Education from University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri.
The second invited speaker is Dr. Bambang Harmanto, Master of Education from the University of Muhammadiyah, Ponorogo, that will be moderated by Dr. Yunik Susanti, Master of Education from the University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri.
The third speaker is Mr. Samsul Arifin, Master of Education from University PGRI Madiun, that will be moderated by Mrs. Rika Riwayatiningsih, Master of Education from University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri.
For the all participants, please go to the breakout room. For the all participants, please don't forget to go to the breakout room by invited speakers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we remind you once more again, please go to the breakout room by invited speakers.
Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswa, mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Unggul, inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi, dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswa, mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi, dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswa, mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi, dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya, agar jadi mahasiswa, mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Unggul, inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan teknologi, informasi dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswa, mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Unggul, inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi, dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya.
Do something, yeah, not theoretically explanation and then description and all, yeah, but we try to practice, practice and practice, yeah. And then the last one, because we cannot teach them explicitly the grammar, yeah, then we can try to insert our grammar instruction in a context of our teaching, yeah. Okay, this is the approaches that can try in the front of our student. Then if we try to elaborate in a specific of the multiple intelligences, it is just the example. So you can choose this alternative into the classroom practices. Yeah, depend on which one is the most or badly needed by student. Yeah. For example, when we try to use the linguistic approaches, then we can encourage activities like storytelling, reading, and word games. Yeah. This can include read aloud sessions, storytelling, interactive discussion, where students can use and expand their vocabularies. Nah, reading and storytelling it is
study practices that students need to focus, and also positive feedback from mentor to the teachers, or the lecturers can also take a part by giving feedback toward the discussion, and also at the end the report can be printed out in PDF so that it will help to ease the report of the students' progress. Let me give uh, a screenshot of the application at the end of my presentation. So at the image one, you can see that the application is installable to smartphone. So here we've got that some Edu Moral IQ is the name of the application. We've got a partner to decode to make the script of decoding for the application itself. And the installation is presented on the second image. The installation itself is quickly done, so it just needs several seconds, and it can be installed very well. And the third is the login page. We gave a security by having such kind of captcha with the additions. And also, if you have problems with account, you need to register for the first time. You can see on image 8, we've got the register page. We make it in detail for pre-service teachers. Even if you are a pre-service teacher but you want to use the application, it's also possible that you just need to free some of the items of registration. On the dashboard on image 4, you can see we've got a progressive board. You see that there is a picture of 30%, and also the conversion rate 7%. It means that we know that the students got 30 for the score, and also they just finished 7% of overall test. It means that they need to focus more to finish all the tests. And the second, the down part, we've got your progressive report bar, and on the second version, 2.1 version, we omitted this kind of information, since we know that it is too small and it bother the users view toward the application itself. And on the image 4, you can see the modules. We've got a pre-test of personality competence. We've got personality enhancement or materi, and we've got real cases simulation. We've got a video there, as you can see on image 7, real case video simulation. If we click on the simulasi, we'll driven up to this kind of real case video simulation. And here we are presented with real case video, and also several options that teacher need to take an action. But we also page for typing the reasons. We don't want the student to choose the answer as what they want, but we need a reasons to analyze. Then we've got real cases where the user can upload a video on real cases happening right now, and other users can start a discussion in the module of real cases. And we've got 3 modules for personality enhancement, and at the lower part we've got pre-test and also print your result of study in PDF. And at the image 6, it is seen the 7 virtues of moral intelligence, as well as Michael Burba ideas. And last, on image 6, this is the screenshot for the PDF version printed report. Well, overall, I'd like to say thank you for listening my presentation. I'm sorry for any inconvenience or maybe the rate of my speech. And I give the time to Ibu Rika. Thank you very much, Ibu.
Thank you so much for the engaging presentation, Pak Samsul. Oh, this is a very insightful topic here, Pak. You got the grants from our Ministry of Education, right, on last year for this prototype. Is that, Pak Samsul?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I've got it twice. The last
a certain role to become a kind of animal, kind of a profession, and so on. Yeah, this just to train them interpersonal intelligences, and then intrapersonal allow for the reflection and personal connection activities. In this moment, or in this kind of intelligences approach, a student can use like a self-reflection task, yeah, or independent reading. Yeah, it is not quite easy for the young learner, yeah, but you can start by asking, for example, their experience when they are follow their parent taking travel and so on, yeah. And then encourage them to relate to the language topic. Yeah, I say before that it is mostly related to their experience. Yeah. And then the last one is a naturalistic intelligence. Yeah, it is kind of approach. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This approach is related to
Recording in progress.
Halo?
Hello, ma'am. I don't know why I think the
Oh,
time is up and we have been given up to the main
oh
room. I'm
yeah,
really
we are
sorry.
written to
Okay.
the main room. One of questions already there actually.
Okay, that's
Okay.
okay. Okay, I think we continue with emailing for the question and further ideas. Okay.
Nggak bisa, Mas?
Ambil potnya.
Certificate to Mr. Suhartono, Master of Education. The precious time is yours.
Okay. I would like to give the certificate to the presenters in plenary session, invited speakers, especially to Ibu Dr. Korea, Master of Education, and then to Pak Bambang, Dr. Bambang Harmanto, Master of Education from University of Muhammadiyah, Ponorogo. And the last is for Pak Arifin, Master of Education from University of PGRI Madiun. Okay, here is the certificate for Ibu Dr. Korea, Master of Education, as invited speaker. Thank you for sharing the ideas with us, and hope that we can try to make it a bit more useful for next presentation. Okay, next is certificate for hello Pak Bambang.
Halo Pak.
Here is your certificate Pak Bambang, Dr. Bambang Harmanto, Master of Education, as invited speaker from University of Muhammadiyah, Ponorogo. Thank you. Give my best regards to all colleagues in University of Muhammadiyah, Ponorogo, Pak Bambang. Next time I would like to visit ngebel ya. Okay.
Yeah, Ponorogo.
I would like to get some durians over there. Yeah. Okay. Next time.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks you so much, Pak. Next time you can participate this in another occasion. Okay. Thanks you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Next is here is Bapak Samsul Arifin. Hello Pak Samsul from Unipma ya. Okay. It's quite close to Kediri ya. Samsul, here is your certificate Samsul Arifin, Sarjana Pendidikan on MPD as invited speaker. Thank you so much, Pak Samsul Arifin, for
Thank you very much.
sharing your ideas with us. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for presenters and participants, please enter the breakout room according to the list provided. And please back to the main room if the parallel room is already done.
We will have break for 5 minutes to prepare for breakout room for the presenters. If you have an urgent matter, you may solve it first, but don't forget to come back in breakout room as soon as possible.
Okay, well, dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you once more again, please, all the presenters and participants enter the breakout room according to the list provided. And please back to the main room if the parallel room is already done. We will have break for 5 minutes to prepare for breakout room for the presenters.
Teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswa, mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi, dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswa, mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya, unggul, inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Unggul, inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi, dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Unggul, inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi, dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga
Okay, we have one question. Is anyone want to ask question again? Or one question is enough?
Anyone else?
Okay, maybe one question is enough. Now we have one question. The first question is from Nia Hartanti from University of Nusantara PGRI Kediri. The question is, you were saying that context is crucial. Can you explain how context affects the interpretation of Directive Speech Acts?
Okay, for Miss Nia Hartantia. So the question is, can you explain how context affects the interpretation of Directive Speech Acts? Okay, so in the first presentation, I was saying that context is crucial. Yes, context is very crucial because it shapes the meaning and effectiveness of a Directive Speech Act. Imagine a scene in a workplace meeting. Context 1. Manager is addressing the team during a high-pressure deadline. And the manager says, I need everyone to stay late night tonight to finish this report. In this context, the directive is seen as an urgency and imperative because the manager stated that they have to stay late at night. And in the context 2, the same manager is speaking to the team and the manager say, I would like everyone to stay late tonight to brainstorm ideas. It's just an example. But in this situation, the Directive Speech Act is perceived differently by the listener because the request is more seen as a collaborative opportunity rather than a demand or a command. So, the content of a relaxed meeting fosters a sense of teamwork and creativity. But by these two examples demonstrate how the surrounding context, such as the emotional tone, urgency, and relational dynamics. It is all affects how directives are received and interpreted, and it will impact the response from the listener. Does that answer your question?
Okay, presenter unskillfully addressed the question to Mrs. Ania Hartanti, or you have more question, or it is enough? Okay. Okay, I think it's enough for our first presenter. Thank you, Mr. Dharmawa Indra Wicaksana, for the presentation session and the Q&A session. The second, we have Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati from University of Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Are Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati ready? Okay, Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati, time is yours.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
For Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati, has any problem? Hello, Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Upaya, for your information. Now we move to our presenter.
Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati, is any problem? Okay, Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati. Are you there? It's any problem? If you have not read yet, I will. Oh, okay. Okay. bisa melihat dan melihat. Oke, Miss. Oke.
Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry. Any trouble in my laptop. Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy today we can join with this meeting. Today we will present our PPT about innovation in English language using tasks beside English teaching to teach its grades for SMP, SIG, Purworejo, Niles, simple past and past continuous tense in recontext. And then background, innovation in English language teaching is essential for adapting to the evolved need to learn in a global world by interesting technology such as digital tools and online research, teach and create interactive and imaginative learning experience. Adaptively, linear central methods include project-based learning and task-based learning. Empower students to take an active role in their education. Discussion in grammar in Indonesia are supposed to be able to analyze language components in recontext, enable grammar outlined in the Merdeka curriculum. Teaching grammar usually includes explain the rule and about some example. However, this may be included to enable the student to analyze the example in therefore to use the grammar rule provides in different edition. This need to issue that the student grammar learn in order to employ that objective. That's this language teaching proof the verbal teacher resolution. It's proof exercise the student. It's to teach the student the how use the grammar. Task-based teaching learning. There are tasks. There are two work and process. Work plan, their design and mood. And then the process, preparation, interaction, and reputation. And then attack in a phrase for work or duty that need to be complete. A work plan is strategy document that's outline who project will be. The special include goal, tasks, timeline, results, and responsibility. Design can with retrofile include graphic design, product design, interior design, and more. This thing mood can refer to different concepts dependent on the content. And the process is size of action or step take to achieve particular. Preparation refer to the action take to get reading to specific tasks, event, and situation. Interaction refer to the way in which two or more engage in each other. Preparation, your more detailed overview and preparation focus in important and practical steps. Conclusion, the teacher implementation had gained the student response. Most of them agree that tasks give enable them to progress learning about simple past and past continuous tense in recon text for meeting to meet. Thank you. Okay, this is my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati, for your insightful, interesting presentation. Now we open 3 questions to the presenter who wants to ask question. Please write your question in the chat box. Don't forget to mention your name and institution. Okay, for the audience who wants to ask question, write your question on the chat box.
Maybe another question and no question maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe no question for Mrs. Retno Dewi.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Now let us listen to the third presenter. Is Mrs. Juliana Tingpitli there?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Juliana Tingpitli, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Juliana Tingpitli from UNP. The title of my article is the implementation of Chinese whisper game for teaching speaking to elementary school students. Okay, introduction. Since English is a worldwide language and often benefit to those who speak it, and it is becoming more and more in demand. Thus, learning English at a young age is preferable. Providing speaking activity is very necessary for a student at MI Mabahul Ulum Dawu. The reason is that the most important thing in learning a language is that a student can speak the language. According to Douglas, 2001, when adapting learning technique such as playing games, puzzle group, or discussing solution to from mental tasks. Make sure that the technique design can help students understand and use the foundation of language. For the reason, the researchers propose to apply joyful learning in the of game using Chinese whisper game as one way to teach English, especially in learning speaking and elementary school students. Okay, there are several previous studies related to the use of game for English language learning. First, from Juliani 2017, and number two, Reconvening 2018, and three, Yu and Sui 2023. From the previous study, many researchers use quasi-experiment as a research method and also use different games like the digital game, board game, and quizzing game for learning. The years of research are also different, like 2017, 2018, and 2023. Therefore, the current research update it by using the Chinese whisper game and using a research method that is observational with a qualitative approach. The purpose of this study is to update learning media to make it suitable for teaching English speculation to elementary school students. The contribution of this study is to provide reference to teachers in updating or developing previous English learning. Next, methodology. The study focused on describe the implementation of Chinese whisper game in teaching speaking. The data were obtained for questionnaire, observation, and documentation. And the through this method, the other analyze and describe the implementation of Chinese whisper game, which is used to teach speaking to elementary school students of MI Mabahul Ulum Dahu, consisting of 24 students. In this research, in this study, the researcher as the author and key instrument. But collecting data, analyze and check the validity of the data, instrument and procedure of collecting the data used by the triangulation. They are observation, questionnaire, and documentation. The data were analyzed qualitatively through data reduction, data display, and conclusion drawing. Again, finding and discussion. The teacher has implement the Chinese whisper game for speaking learning at MI Mabahul Ulum Dahu. The step of the Chinese whisper game. The first, the teacher tells the student about the the rules in playing the Chinese whisper game. And next, the teacher write some word about the size on the board and tell the pronunciation and meaning of the word. And after that, the teacher make 3 groups consisting of 7 until 8 students in the class. The next step is from the student to line up with its group. The first student in goes to the front of the teacher to come from the word that will be played. Next, the first student return to the line and whisper the word to the next friend until the last student. The last student come forward to send the word they have gotten after whispering. And next, the teacher give feedback to student and tell the correct pronunciation and meaning. And the last, the game can be continued and the night layer before closing the lesson. The teacher give evaluation to student. And next, finding and discussion from the previous study, Suryadi to 2022, Maumah 2024, and Utami 2018. The study support previous study that Chinese whisper game is recommended in facilitating and help to teach speaking to student well. The researchers suggest conducting more research on Chinese whisper game and other media. Student learning English should be able to understand speaking, listening, writing, and reading. Therefore, future researchers should continue to look for English learning material can adjust to the skill that are focused on. And the last conclusion. In conclusion, the use of Chinese whisper game can facilitate and help the teaching of speaking for elementary school student at MI Mabahul Ulum Dahu Kediri. When Chinese whisper game is applied to a student can be more motivated to in following speaking lesson and participant well. This can be seen during the learning process and from student process. Respond. By using this medium, the classroom situation can run lively, fun, active, and not monotonous. Okay, thank you for me. Any question? Sorry Mbak Niona, suaranya nggak ada.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, maybe there's no question. Since there are no question, let's move on to the next presenter. Thank you, Mrs. Juliana, for your presentation. Okay, for the fourth presenter, it's Mrs. Anna Maufiroh from Universitas Muhammadiyah Ponorogo. Mrs. Anna Maufiroh, are you here? Mrs. Anna Maufiroh, are you here? Hello, Mrs. Anna Maufiroh. Mrs. Anna Maufiroh. Okay, since presenter fourth has not responded yet, we will skip them for now and call on them again after all other presenters have completed their presentation. Let's move for the fifth presenter. Mrs. Tria Rizky Amalia from University of Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Are you here? Okay. Now let us listen to the fifth presenter, Mrs. Tria Rizky Amalia. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I want to present about my research with the title "The Effectiveness of Test-Based Language Teaching to 11th Grade Students Speaking Skill at Vocational High School PGRI Universitas in academic year 2023 and 2024. My name is Jessica Maria from the English Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Nusantara, PGRI. So the background for my research.
Sorry, Mrs. Tria Amalia, your voice we can hear your voice. Can you use maybe headset or something else?
Okay, understand.
Can you hear my voice?
Okay.
Okay, I want to continue my presentation. Next, the background. Perfect basic speaking skills so that students are able to communicate concepts or information to others. Students must the skill to generate meaning through the creation, receive, negotiation, or processing of other people's knowledge. Mastering this aspect of speaking skill is crucial for students to ensure that their communication is not only effective but also efficient. This comprehensive skill set enables them to express themselves clearly, understand others, and participate confidently in various communication contexts. Teachers play a crucial role in preparing students to confidently use English in practical and professional settings. Many students encounter difficulties with speaking stemming from insufficient English proficiency, limited vocabulary, and motivational issues, which hinder their oral communication development. So, with the background, we can take the problem of the research to the first is the how is the effect of the text-based language teaching to 11th grade student speaking skill at vocational high school PGRI to Sutojayan. And the second, how is the 11th grade student behavior when the text-based language teaching implemented in speaking skill class at vocational high school PGRI to Sutojayan. And the objective of the research, theoretically, this research is anticipated that this research will provide useful knowledge and aid the process of teaching and learning, add insights into the text-based learning methods as useful information for improvement teaching English, especially in speaking skills. And practically, for the teacher, text-based language teaching methods can help the teacher to improve the effectiveness of learning. And the student, vocational high school students should be able to use it as a learning tool. And for the researchers who will become English teachers, they can use it as an insight to know language learning methods and insight for researchers when the teaching speaking skill. And we can conclude the objective for the research, to find out
whether using text-based learning is effective in increasing student speaking skill and describe the effectiveness used it at the 11th grade students of marketing at Vocational High School PGRI to Sutojayan in your academic 2023 and 2024. To the research methodology, the independent variable is the implementation of text-based language teachings, and the dependent variable is the speaking skill of students. The research used a quantitative technique with experimental design in order to investigate the impact of the text-based language instruction on the speaking abilities of Vocational High School PGRI 2 Sutojayan and the class 11 students. And the research are administered with the three-step pre-test, treatment, and post-test, and get the questionnaire. So the effectiveness of text-based language teaching is evaluated using the statistical methods such as the t-test, regression analysis, and correlation test with the SPSS 22 software. From the framework and hypothesis, within the hypothesis is the use of text-based language teaching is not effective to the 11th grade student speaking skill, and the alternative hypothesis is the use of based language teaching is effective to the 11th grade student speaking skill at Vocational High School PGRI 2 Sutojayan, with the mediated pre-test, treatment, and post-test. Next, discussion and challenge. First, the speaking pretest given to the student initially to gauge their proficiency in speakings before the start of text-based language teaching. The student reading the expository text with several topics. Second, to the final speaking exam or the post-test given at the conclusion of the study to evaluate the student's speaking skill following the completion of the text-based language treatment. Student will choose another topic and make the expository text to the present in front of class. You can see the table of the difference score from the pre-test and the post-test in each aspect. Grammar, vocab, fluency, and pronoun in each student. The highest difference score is 16 on the aspect vocabulary. Then is the grammar with the difference score 14,5. The third influence at the 10,5, and the fourth is the pronunciation is 9. Almost all students saw the improvement in their speaking skills, but there will still some who made slow progress. To the analyze the interpretation, use the SPSS 22. The part sample statistic with the total sample is 30. The mean score of the pretest is 48,0. That got from total of pretest score divided by number of samples. And the standard deviation is 12,457, and the standard error mean is 2,29. Meanwhile, the post-test mean score just 56,41, and the standard deviation is 14,36, and the standard error mean is 2,62. After use the pirate sample t-test, we can see the score of sing to child is 0,003. Is the lower than the chart of significance at the 5%. It means that the alternative hypothesis is accepted and the null hypothesis is rejected. The conclusion is used. The text-based language teaching is effective to improve the student speaking skills to 11th grade student of Vocational High School PGRI 2 Sutojayan in academic year 2023 and 2024. So the conclusion, students at vocational school have seen significant improvement in a school of speaking skill as a result of text-based language teaching and grammar, vocabulary, understanding, fluency, and pronunciation are among the areas where these gains have been made. The approach increased students' interest and motivation in studying English by encouraging them to be confident in themselves and getting positive feedback in return. And the speaking skills among pupils have significantly improved according to quantitative data from the questionnaires, post-test, and the pre-test, as indicated by the t-value exceeding the critical t-value 3,196 more than 2,045. So the significant p-value, the statistical analysis demonstrates a rejection of the null hypothesis and accepted the alternative hypothesis. Furthermore, a good relation is the 39,2% between the number of GBLT activities completed the students and their speaking skill. Since the text-based language teaching is a useful strategy for the fostering interactive learning environment, educators are used to use it. The providing constructive feedback and utilizing varied text can further enhance students' participation and learning outcomes. Further research could explore additional factors influencing the effectiveness of text-based language teaching, such as the teacher training, classroom dynamics, and the role of technology in the text design. From the suggestion, technique is an innovation which is useful to increase the student speaking skill and learning English. So it is applied to provide the technique in teaching learning process, and the teacher will have additional of model and get creativity to teach any kind material. Text-based language sometimes can be the alternative technique in the teaching speaking. And the technique is an innovation in learning. It can make the student easier in learning, but the student must aware in what that they learn. The students should be more active and focused in learning process and pay more attention to the teacher explanation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Triariski Amalia. Okay, now we open 3 questions to the presenter who wants to ask question. Please write your question in the chat box and don't forget to mention your name and institution. Okay, maybe it's no question. Cause it's no question. Okay, we have one question from Mrs. Retno Dewi Ambarwati. Putria, can you tell me about give same motivation on your student can interesting in speaking?
Thank you for the question from the Mrs. Ratno Dewi Ambarwati. About the give some motivation on the students get interested in speaking. In the text-based language teaching, I use the expository text and another kind text. Maybe the student can to make expository text with another topic to the student interest, such as the art, music, maybe the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presenters and participants in the breakout room. And now please come back to the main room. We will continue to the plenary session B.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is plenary session B that will be presented by Mackenzie Halls, and it will be moderated by Mr. Agung Wicaksono, Master of Education. But firstly, before entering the main session, allow me to read the curriculum vitae of moderator. Agung Wicaksono. He is a lecturer in University of Nusantara, PGRI, Kediri. He has been teaching for almost 25 years in Indonesia and England. In 2001, he moved to York, England to live and work and study. He completed non-degree program of Oxford, Cambridge and RSA examination in adult literacy, Trinity examination both in ESOL skills for live speaking and listening, and certificate in advanced English, University of Cambridge ESOL examination. At the end of 2005, he came back to Indonesia and got master degree in UNS Surakarta. To Mr. Agung Wicaksono, Master of Education, the amazing chance is yours.
Okay, hi everybody. Okay, I would like to say hi to Kenji. Kenji, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello. Can you hear me?
Finally.
Okay.
I cannot hear you. Oh, okay. Hi. First, I would like to say congratulations actually being a mother.
Thank you. Thank
I
you
know
very
that you will be a great mother.
Thank you.
Okay. While waiting for others, actually I would like to ask you about your experience in Indonesia after Kediri and Surabaya. Which one is better in the point of view for academic? I know you did many things as well in Kediri, right?
Yes, I did. So I was in Kediri for 2 years working at SMA Negeri 7 Kediri, and there I taught English as well as worked with the teachers, but I did many things outside of teaching at SMA Negeri 7. I taught many different trainings, many different programs. I often visited schools to do English club or English camp with a lot of students in Kediri. And now in Surabaya, I work at an international school. So I have a lot of experience in different places in Indonesia and different types of schools. So I think for education, Kediri is very comparable. You can compare it well with Surabaya. Even though Kediri is a much smaller city, the education in Kediri is really good. And you can see the passion the teachers have in Kediri, which is something I admire a lot. There's a lot of passion with the educators, yeah.
And that's very good. I'm sure that you contribute a lot, especially in learning English here. Have you heard that actually now the government, they try to put the English subjects as a compulsory subject again in elementary school? What do you think about this one then?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think any time that you can have compulsory English, starting from the youngest age, even from TK or even from PAUD, having some basic English class. Of course, we're not drilling the students in PAUD, but even starting from age 2-3 years old, I think English should start from that age, because the younger that we can start it, the more people are going to learn. By the time they get to high school, they can actually be doing more advanced English lessons. Yeah.
I had the experience teaching Bahasa Indonesia for elementary school, and that time my principal told me that I'm not allowed to teach them in writing because it's like before year 4. So means like grade 1 to 3, we're not focusing on writing. Why do you think that kind of thing happen then?
Yeah, I think if you know Eric Erickson, he's a psychologist, and he looks into a lot of things with education and psychology with kids. And he actually says that this idea that kids need to read and write before they go to grade 1 is actually wrong, because the kids are not mentally at the age where they can do those type of things. So children's psychology, their brains are not working yet to be able to do the reading and writing. So I think it's kind of a preference to be based on the schools. A lot of schools, they like to start reading and writing in kindergarten, but according to psychologists, actually, the kids' brains are more prepared to do that type of work when they're a bit older. So starting in maybe in grade 2 or grade 3 is actually probably more beneficial for the students, actually.
Yeah, that's why the reason then, because of based on the research, and also when we are looking at the education's background from in certain country, they have their own policy based on what they believe about teaching a language. Okay, anyway, is everybody in the main room? Yeah, I think I'm going to start your CV first, Holz, and then after that is your session time. Yeah. Okay. Your CV is very long, so I have to make it a bit short here. You did a great job here, especially when you are in Peace Corps. I know that you've been working very hard with SMA 7. Actually, one of our MC knows you very well. Are you from SMA 7? No, but you the participation on. Okay, on debate, and then he knows you well, that you were one of the judge at that time. So
yes.
Yeah, this is one of your product basically. Exactly.
Well, happy to see you as a presenter now, as a host. Great.
You're well known now in Kediri. So thank you so much for your time and your ideas and skill here. Basically, Kenzie here work in international school, Chongchong Christian School, and then also in Citahati Christian School. I think what you are doing over there is a bit new for Indonesian people. Kenzie, I think you should tell a little bit of IB programs. I know about IB program because my previous job is international school, also related with IB, International Baccalaureate. Can you tell us a little bit more? So now a little bit interactive of reading your CV, okay?
Sure.
So
I've been teaching with the IB program for the past, this is my 6th school year teaching with IB. IB is, we just call it IB for short, but it's a program that's actually made to make the kids become inquirers. So meaning encouraging students to ask questions about things, about the world. The point of IB is to get the student at the center of the curriculum. So everything revolves around how the student learns and how the student can contribute to their own learning. So it's not so much about lecturing in a traditional style classroom, but more about involving the students in their own learning. So we do a lot of things in the junior high. We do a lot of things with research, presentations, class discussion, brainstorming, reflections. We do a lot of more interactive class style rather than just the traditional teacher in the front of the classroom teaching to the student style. Yeah.
So basically, MYP and PYP is different curriculum then in IB?
It's the same at my school. It's all IB, but with the PYP, it's more focused towards play rather than traditional style learning. So they do a lot of activities, they do a lot of games, they do a lot of outdoor learning, field trips, guest speakers, things like that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you. So this is the new insight for Indonesian people about the IB, because in some international school, even though they are combined between national curriculum and also IB program as well in some high school in Jakarta. Yeah. All right, thank you so much for the explanations about PYP, MYP, and IB programs. And then you also hear that you become the editor and proofreader for definitely because you are the native speaker of English, and we need you definitely how to write and in coherence and also in a good way about in academic way. And then yeah, definitely your experience in ESL and EFL, but we say usually ESL, right? English for speakers of other languages. You did a great job here I can say that it's in Indonesia now because you are invited to everywhere in Indonesia. All right, and then the last thing that I'm going to talk about your education here, that you are graduated from La Loya University Chicago in political science and criminal justice. So it's like a good combination in education, right, as well, right? Because it's related with a human right as well. Okay, then, Kenzie, without further ado, that I'll let you do your presentation and then followed by question and answer. All right. Put your hand together for Kenzie. Time is yours.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for the great introduction. I will start by sharing my screen for you. Share my presentation. Okay, hopefully everyone can see my presentation well. Please let me know if you cannot hear me or see my screen, okay? Okay, so today we're going to be talking about the use of culture in the TEFL or TESOL or however you want to call learning English classroom. So I think I can call myself maybe not an expert, but an experienced teacher when it comes to teaching culture and learning about culture in the classroom, because it's easy for me, for someone from a different place, to talk about my own culture in the classroom. So that's why we discussed using this topic today, because it's something that I know really well. Okay, so our objectives for this session today is first to define what is culture and why is it important. We're also going to understand why we use culture in the TEFL classroom. And we're also going to think about and reflect on how we have used culture in our classrooms before, or maybe how one of your teachers or professors have used culture in the classes that you're in now. Okay, so to start, we got a nice introduction of me before, but again, if anyone missed it, I do teach at an international school in Surabaya. I've been living in Indonesia for almost 8 years, and I've been teaching at many different schools, SMA Negeri, and then SMA International, and then now I'm at junior high, SMP International School. So I also have done lots of classes in elementary schools as well, though I don't live in, but I do have some experience as well. I also have been a teacher trainer, so training other educators on new ideas and practices. And I also do a lot of editing, so edit thesis and many different papers, like all of the papers that you guys have been presenting today. I do a lot of editing with those papers and research, yeah. I also have, my family is here. My husband from Surabaya, and I have 2 children as well. Okay, so let's take a minute to think about the word culture. So I think we often talk about culture. We hear this word all the time. My culture is different than your culture, or even the word budaya in Indonesia, right? We use this word really often, like we need to keep our culture, we need to learn new cultures, we need to have all of the, some people have ideas about culture. So what is culture? Well, culture is kind of this encompassing or including idea of beliefs, customs, arts, behaviors, the way that a group of people or a society to these things. So what belief do they have? What customs do they have? What kind of arts and behaviors do they participate in? And it's kind of like a lens, like my lens is here, my glasses, that we can see the world through. So of course, the way that I see the world is probably different than the way many of you see the world, because we grew up in different places, we grew up in different cultures. But when learning language or teaching language, it's really important that we use culture. Why? Because it influences the way that language is understood. So I heard one presenter earlier talking about having context in language learning. Sorry, I don't know who the presenter was, but I just heard a short clip of one of the presenters talking about using context. And that's something we're going to talk about here as well. And it's even here on my first slide. Saying that language without context is like learning to dance without music. If we don't have context to our language learning, it's like we're just learning a language with no benefit or no use, right? So it's really important that we know culture, we understand how the culture influences language, and we're able to use that to either learn or to teach in our classes. Okay, so what do I mean? First, let's read this from Chomsky. If you don't know Chomsky, he's an author. He's a lot of things. He's a linguist. He's an author. He's a political science. Excuse me, a political scientist. He has really big ideas, and he is a really amazing author. He writes about the world. Not just about America, though he's American, but about the world. So he said, a language is not just words. It's a culture, a tradition, a unification of a community, a whole history that creates what a community is. It's all embodied in our language. So according to Chomsky, whose whole entire career was started from being a linguist and learning about language, says that language is culture, it's tradition, it's history, and it unifies us in a community. So that's why it's really important that we learn about language, and in this sense, language being related to culture. Okay, so what I did is show you many ways that I have used culture in the classroom, and also ways that can help us to use culture in the classroom. So let's look at first the roles of culture and language learning. So there's probably more that can be added to this list, okay? But this is my list of the different roles that culture can play in language learning. We can see culture when we're learning language. One of them is through language and idioms. So learning different idioms, learning different slang, different expressions, etc. That's one way that the culture is being implemented and being put into the language learning. So I think we learn this stuff quite often in our language classes, and probably you will teach it as well in the future. Another way with the nonverbal communication. So these are things like gestures, facial expressions, body language. We don't necessarily learn these as much in terms of like sitting in a classroom and learning how to use nonverbal communication, but we do learn these through watching people, watching movies, watching videos on YouTube, or even just having discussion with someone who's a native speaker. We can learn these gestures and facial expressions. And what do I mean by this? So this is something that I have learned a lot in Indonesia, actually, because I speak Indonesian language. I don't say fluently, but I speak okay. And there's a lot of gestures and expressions that if you don't know how to use it or what it means in Indonesia, like maybe it would be confusing. So, for example, like when you're in the room with someone, with a group of people, and maybe everyone is sitting down, and you want to stand up and go to the bathroom, let's say, and you walk past everyone, and you put your head down and your arm down to walk past them, right? At least in Java, in East Java, that's what people do. I don't know about the other islands, but in East Java, that's how everyone does it, right? You put your arm down and your head down and walk past. And it's like a gesture to show politeness, right? But for me as an American, seeing someone doing this and walking past me, it makes me confused, right? The first time, like, why are they doing that? But learning how those nonverbal communication signs actually can help you not only learn the language, but learn the culture as well. And that's a really interesting thing that happens, a really interesting phenomenon that happens when you're learning a different language or a different culture. Yeah, so another big point about this culture idea in language learning is the power distance or the hierarchy. So in Indonesia, this is another big point, right? Because in Indonesia, we speak differently to people who are older than us than we do to people who are the same age as us. So the way we have conversation with our friends here in Indonesia is almost like a different language than the way we talk to maybe our grandparents, right? So if you're talking to like an older person, you're going to speak much calmer, you're going to speak much softer tone, you'll speak with, even with different words totally than you would with a coworker or a friend, right? So understanding these power distance, this hierarchy in culture and language is really important in order to become fluent in the language that you're learning, right? Another point is the context, which I mentioned before. So we have some languages that are high context languages that need a lot of context in order to be spoken correctly. But we also have lower context languages, or not necessarily languages, but I guess countries. So for example, like in the US or Germany, the context is not as important. You can mostly speak and people know what you're talking about. But in countries like Japan and China, the tone, the way you speak, the context behind what you're saying is really, really important. So we have to know when we're learning a language, where do we fall in? If you're learning English, maybe the context is a little less important, but if you're learning, for example, Bahasa Indonesia, I think the context is quite important. Okay. The next one is the time orientation. So some cultures view their time as linear and prioritize punctuality. We call this monochronic. Here's a question. No, you don't need to actually answer, but just think about it. Is Indonesia monochronic or polychronic? I know the answer. I'm curious what your answers are. But other countries or other cultures maybe see the time as fluid and flexible. So from my experience, the average American person is more monochronic, where they're a little bit more punctual, they like to be on time. Where I find in Indonesia, it's a little bit more polychronic, where things like to be a little bit rubber time. Things like to be not always on time, not always using punctuality, right? But the importance of knowing that is that it can actually help you to understand the culture of Indonesia better, because or the culture of Western countries better, because if you know that Western countries prioritize being on time, then it can help you, because when you're working with a foreigner, maybe you need to be on time more, right? Whereas if we're working with like maybe an Indonesian person, we can have a bit more flexibility with our time. Okay, number 6 is interpersonal relationships. So it's important to know this about the culture of the language that you're trying to learn, because it can help you with how you communicate. And this importance of relationships, or maybe less importance of relationships, is important to know. So for example, the collectivist society, more like Indonesia, or even I could say Southeast Asia, where people like to live in communities. They like to live close to each other. They like to live with their families, versus the individualistic society, which is more like American or European, where people kind of go off on their own, move out of their house when they're young, even if not. It's important to know about these cultural things because when you're learning to communicate with people from another culture, if you don't understand their culture, then maybe your conversation is not going to go so well because you don't understand each other at all. But if you know some things about the culture already, like whether they like having interpersonal relationships or they're less interpersonal, then it can help you to communicate better. Okay, I know this is a lot of words, and it kind of is the theory, right? We have one more slide of theory, and then after that, we move into practice. How can we actually get into this role of culture and language learning? Well, the how comes into a few things. The cultural context, which we talked about. Nonverbal communication, we also talked about. Learning societal norms and values. This is one of the how we do it. If we learn or we teach about society and how people have their norms or their values, what people from the culture were learning about value, it can help to show what different ways of communicating. The same with the historical and social background. If we know the historical background or the social background of the language we're learning or of the country we're trying to communicate with, it can help us to be better communicators. Same with cultural shock and adaptation. If you're going to be communicating with someone from, let's say, New York City, okay? New York City generally is pretty liberal state. A city. New York City is a pretty liberal city. Most of the people are very open-minded, and they have some really, really different ideas, maybe than some people here, let's say, or maybe let's say someone from Madiun. Maybe the person from New York City, their ideas and their the way they think about life is much different than someone from, let's say, Madiun or a smaller city in Indonesia, right? So being able to communicate with them without being shocked culturally can help you, right? Because maybe you don't have the same ideas or beliefs as this person, but you know already before you meet with them a little bit about their culture. Okay, so let's move on from theory and look into practice. Okay, I have quite a lot of examples of how I've put culture into the classroom, and I will tell you about some of the ways I use culture in my own teaching. So the first one I have is incorporate cultural context. So I mentioned context many times already, but maybe it will put into perspective a bit on how you can use this context, right? So 3 ways I've listed to use cultural context in the classroom. And the first is through literature and media, second, cultural festivals, and the third one is traditions. So how can we do those 3 things? Well, first one is through books and film. I don't just mean textbooks. I mean any books that are from another culture. So it could be nonfiction books, could be something like myths and legends, could be anything that comes from another culture, and not just Western culture. Could be any other culture. Could be like Chinese culture. It could be an African folktale. Could be a myth from the United States, something like that. So all of these books and films can actually help to incorporate this cultural context and help us to understand the culture in different places. The same with the media and the news. We can actually use the media and the news in our classes to help understand what's going on in different parts of the world, and even just to understand the language used in those stories. So for me, in the past, in my classes, I have done things like bringing a news article to the classroom, and the students must read the article, and then they must dissect the article. So they must understand what's happening in the article, why it's happening, what's the background of the news of that article, what can they do to fix whatever problem is happening in the article. And also they must understand the type of language used. Is it formal? Is it informal? Is it semi-formal? What type of article is it? So I often use that in my classrooms, like to bring in some culture about somewhere else in the world. We also do things like teaching about holidays and traditions and values. So during Thanksgiving, for example, the American holiday, I often do some sort of thing with my class. In the past, I have done like a Thanksgiving dinner with, actually it wasn't my class, it was with my host family. When I was living in Kediri, I was living with a host family. And we did a Thanksgiving dinner. And then I took pictures of the Thanksgiving dinner. And then when I presented about Thanksgiving in my classroom, I showed them Thanksgiving dinner we created here in Indonesia. So I used culture and holidays to teach about something we do in the US. Yeah, so this is the first way, cultural context. The second way to put this in the classroom is by interactive activities. So I know the first one is done quite often in the classes, but it's still really important thing to mention, which is role play. So role play, like class presentations, doing some sort of scenario, creating scenarios to have interaction, to learn culture and learn the way that we should be communicating. And cultural comparisons as well, so doing discussions about different cultural cultures and doing research as well about different cultures. It's really a useful tool to learn culture and language. Okay, number 3 is language in context. So this is the first one was culture context, right? Now we have the language in the context. So the language in context is more referring to things like idioms and expressions and everyday situations. So hopefully most of you know what is an idiom, but if you don't, idioms are things, are phrases or sentences that say one thing but have a different meaning. So for example, it's raining cats and dogs. We say that sometimes. It's raining cats and dogs. We don't really mean from the sky there's falling cats and dogs, right? What we mean is there's a lot of things that are happening at once, or it's raining really hard. So you can look outside and say, wow, it's raining cats and dogs out there. And it means it's raining really, really hard. Or you could say, like, my life is so crazy, it's raining cats and dogs. Which means, like, you have a lot of things coming down on you, a lot of pressure. Yeah, so idioms are a way to not only learn culture, but also to learn better language skills. So then when you are meeting with someone from another culture, maybe you already know some of the idioms, so you can know what they're talking about. Another way is through the everyday situations, like learning expressions used in native English countries. You can also teach through common social situations. So you can do that role playing that we discussed on the previous slide through common situations. For example, going to the dentist. Going to the dentist office is a really common thing that you will do, but you've never practiced speaking through it. So when you get to the situation, if you go to, like, let's say you go to America, you need to go to the dentist, but you've never practiced speaking about going to the dentist, maybe it can be quite scary or intimidating. So if we teach through common social situations, we can practice using role play, using expressions we know from the native country to understand how to use language in these everyday situations. Okay, hopefully this is clear. We will have a question and answer session. So we still have a few slides, but if you have questions, just write them down and save them, and then you can ask them at the end. Sorry, I didn't mention that before. Okay, we also have number 4, which is guest speakers and pen pals. So I mentioned before in my school where I teach, we teach with the international curriculum. We really utilize this idea of guest speakers. We have guest speakers even come into the kindergarten classes. Like they have guest speakers come in, actually, sorry, before kindergarten, the nursery, which is starting from age 2. They even have guest speakers come and talk to those kids because we think that guest speakers are a really good way to teach. So we often invite native speakers to the classroom. It could be native as an English speaker, or it could be native as something else. Like we have Chinese language at my school as well. And it could be native, but not native speaker, native to whatever they're good at. Last week in my school, in the kindergarten, the kindergartners are learning about signs, road, roundabout, U-turn, turn left, all of those road signs, right? So they invited the police to come in, and they have one group of police, I don't know which one of the police types, but the police officers came to the school and talked to the kids about the importance of safety on the road and teaching working with the kids about the signs as well. So we use the guest speakers as the police to come in and re-teach the kids about what they were learning in school. So another thing you can do is invite well-traveled people to talk. So someone who's like your professor, Mr. Agung there, who's traveled around the world, who's traveled outside of Indonesia, they also have a lot of insight. They have a lot of good ideas. They have a lot of knowledge about how to communicate because they've been to the places. So if you don't have the chance to travel by yourself, then inviting people who have traveled to the classroom, even though they're not native speakers, they still have a lot of good ideas and insights on how culture and language is used. So inviting people, guest speakers, is an important thing. And then pen pals as well. So encouraging students to talk to people from other cultures. This could be formally or informally. Formally meaning you actually set up pen pals with your class and you require them to talk to them, or it could be informally, like meeting people through TikTok or meeting people through Instagram, something like that. Of course, we have to be careful with that because social media has some dangers as well, but we can still find good ways, healthy ways to encourage students to talk to people from other cultures. There's actually some free websites that help to set up pen pals from schools in the US or the UK, I think, and schools from around the world. So you can actually use pen pals to encourage your students to meet with people from different parts of the world. Or encourage yourself to meet with people from different parts of the world. Yeah. Okay, the actual classroom environment. So this is inside the classroom. Whether you're a university student, a professor, or a potential teacher later on, the classroom environment is actually really important. So I think in the international curriculum that I use that is very important, it is the classroom environment. It's our learning space is what we call it. So our learning space is really important because it's the place where the kids or you as a student have to be the whole entire day, right? So if you're learning in a classroom that isn't conducive or isn't set up for your needs, it's harder to learn. So if we could create a classroom environment that uses decoration and resources like posters, maps, or an immersive environment, we call it, it can be helpful. So putting up pictures, putting up words in English, creating a wall of words in English, or making posters totally in English to hang up, or pretty much anything that you're doing in the class, you can put the poster or some decoration up about it. So if you're teaching about, let's say just about past tense, you're teaching about the students about past tense, then for that few weeks you're learning past tense, you can hang posters around the classroom that remind the students how to create past tense words. So putting up the grammar up on the wall so that they can learn the grammar, and then it's always there, so they're seeing it every single day. We call this immersive environment. The whole environment is about English and what we're learning. You can also do things like in classes to celebrate or use English. So you could do like, for example, if you teach at a school, you could say every Friday is English Day. So all around the school, everyone needs to speak English, including the teachers. Even if the teachers don't speak English well, they must try. So every Friday is English Day. You must try to speak English the whole day. The students only speak English the whole day. Even if their language skills are low, they can still be forced to practice. You can do things like that in your classroom or in your school that you're teaching at or attending. Yeah. Okay, I have 2 more slides of how to use cultures. If you have questions, you can start preparing them here shortly, okay? Okay, the other one is teaching materials. So I know that sometimes in Indonesia, not just Indonesia, sorry, not trying to say only about Indonesia, in America also, but I just live here, so that's why I'm talking about Indonesia. But sometimes it can be hard to get all the teaching materials that we need. In America also, most of the teachers in America have to spend their own money to get the teaching materials they need because there's not enough money in the education system to give the teachers everything they need. So sometimes we can have that problem here too as well. We cannot always get every single material that we need, which is why I like using a lot of online resources. But if possible, having multicultural textbooks is really important. So textbooks that don't only talk about Indonesian context, but they talk about the world. So global, they have a global perspective in there. We can use a range of materials from different cultures, and we can use a lot of online resources. We are really lucky in today's world that we have the internet so easily accessible because maybe in the past it's harder for them to get these cultural resources. But now, luckily, there's so many free resources online that we can use for our classroom. So I personally, I do have a textbook, but all of my other materials come from myself. I don't spend any money on my materials from classes. Everything is either created by me or from a free source. I use a lot of YouTube videos. I use a lot of other online resources like news articles, free books, blog posts, things like that I use for my cultural materials. Yeah. I see there's a question coming in. I will get to that question right after we finish, okay? Thank you for asking the first question. The last one that I have is reflection and discussion. So reflection is a really, really important tool in all of our learning, but especially in language learning. So what do I mean by cultural reflection? I mean reflecting on your own cultural experiences. So you have to reflect on your own cultural experiences in order to be open to understanding other cultural experiences. So if you have, let's say you go to a wedding, your cousin's wedding in Indonesia, right? That is a really big cultural event. And you can actually go home after the wedding and reflect on it. Okay, what happened at the wedding? What was the cultural aspect? How are Indonesian weddings prepared? What happens? You can reflect on things like at a traditional wedding or a wedding in maybe not in the city, I don't know, but in a smaller town, Kediri, all of the neighbors around the house help to prepare the wedding. All of the family helps to prepare the wedding. Most of the time, the women do the cooking and decorating and things like that, while the men prepare the heavy lifting. So if they have chairs that they're setting up, or they have some, what you call it, the big tent, the big canopy tent that you put outside, the men will be the ones to do that stuff, working in the heat, putting up the big banners, the big decorations. Meanwhile, the women are preparing the smaller decorations, like the table decoration or decorating the chair, and the women are normally the ones preparing the food as well. That's from my experience seeing an Indonesian wedding. Another interesting thing about Indonesian wedding is that you can reflect on is like the two people who got married sit in the front and they just sit most of the wedding and they wait for people to come, guests to come, and then take pictures. Also, at Indonesian wedding, normally you give the money, the envelope of money, when you come in the door. You don't give the gift to the bride and the groom, you give it directly in a box to one of the family members. So if you're reflecting that, and then maybe you get the opportunity to see an American wedding, you can compare them. So you can compare the difference between the two. For example, an American wedding, we give the gift directly to the bride and groom or put it on the table, and normally it's not money, it's a gift. Something, a thing. And, the bride and the groom, they don't really sit down most of the wedding. Most of the time they're dancing or walking around, talking to people, or doing something. And normally the people who prepare the wedding is also the family, actually, in America. So that's one of the comparisons that's similar, is most of the time the people who prepare the decoration, it's the family, and they all work together to do it. So quite similar, actually, to Indonesian style. So something like that, reflecting on your own cultural experiences and comparing it to other cultures. So even if you don't go to America to see a wedding, you can find the weddings on YouTube, you can find videos of weddings on YouTube, you can find articles that tell you about weddings in America, things like that. The other thing is discussion forums. So there's a lot of discussion forums, cultural group discussions online. You can really just search. Some of the websites are blocked in Indonesia, like Reddit or something like that. But if you can find a way to access it, yeah, it's not always good. There's some bad things there as well. But if you see the cultural group discussions, it's actually some really good resources for that online as well. And you can actually create group discussions for your students, or you as a student can create a cultural discussion with other people in your faculty or maybe in other faculties as well. Okay, so speaking of those things, I only put 3 pictures of my own classroom. I don't know if my students want everyone in the world, everyone to see their pictures. So I just put some pictures where you can't really see my kid's face. But this first picture, the students were working on biographies, how to write a biography. So I'm teaching them about biographies and what you need in order to create a good biography. So they're interviewing Mr. Michel, who's Swiss. He's from Switzerland, and they're interviewing him to get his background information so they can write a short biography about him. So this is a really clear example of cultural experience, and I'm lucky that in my school we have him, Mr. Michel, because it's really easy for me to access someone from outside of Indonesia, right? Because he's at the school. We also have one native Chinese teacher as well. So it's a little bit easier for me because I have the person right there, and I'm also from America, so it's easier for my kids to get that direct cultural experience of interviewing him and learning about his where he comes from. But that's one of the ways that we've used culture in the classroom, is using the teachers as a resource. And this is free, right? I mean, of course, the kids have their own laptops. That's not free, but doing the activity is free. We're not paying anything online. We're not using buying a textbook or something. It's a free activity. The second one and the third one, these are all free activities actually, except for the materials, the paper and the pens that we're using. But in the second picture with this student here, we're learning about quotes from around the world. So how do quotes, we always use quotes in our writing and things like that, but what's the importance of quotes and where do we learn about quotes? So they learned about quotes from many different famous people from around the world, and then they actually had to create their own quote that meant something to them. So we used global culture to learn about the situation, but then at the end we brought it back to the students and they created their own quote that was based on their own culture. And then the last picture on the right, you can see here the word culture is even on their paper. This was when we were learning about languages. So we are currently teaching, well, I'm currently on maternity leave, but currently what my students are learning in English from me is they're learning about 1,600 languages and why these languages are important. So they're learning about world languages. Why does the world have different languages? Where do these languages come from? How are languages built? How are languages used? So this group was talking about Greek language. So they related it to the culture as well. So they were learning, they were doing a project that was combining language and culture. And then they did a presentation on it as well. So these are some examples of ways that I've included culture into my classroom. Though I have probably hundreds of other examples. These are just 3 that are recent. Yeah. And speaking of reflection, you don't need to answer this or send this to me, but during the question and answer session, I'll just leave this on the screen for a while. If you want, you can like screenshot it or something. But after our session today, you can take some time to do your own cultural reflection. So maybe you can use this practice as one practice to do a cultural reflection. So I have put 4 questions here for you. What did you know about culture in the classroom before this session? I want you to think back about before we started today and think about what you knew about culture in the classroom before. And now, what do you know? After the session, what do you know? Is there anything that you've learned from the session today? You don't need to tell me if you didn't learn anything. You don't need to tell me. But if you learned something, you can just think of it yourself. What did you learn? What's something that you've thought of now after the session? Number 3 is, are there any new practices that you thought about today that you could use in your own classroom if you're going to be teaching, or a practice that you think your teacher should use in the classroom? And then what else can you still learn about using culture in the TEFL classroom in the future? Okay, so you can just do this on your own. It's not like a homework assignment, but it can get you into the practice of doing a cultural reflection. Okay, moderator, do you want to start the question answer session?
Yes, basically. Thank you so much, though, for your insightful presentation. So basically here, the culture and the language is always hand in hand, and we cannot separate it. And you make very interesting how to teach language using the culture, because culture basically is related with our life. So I'm sure that will be very interesting for them. And also in my mind now is going on, what should I do in my class related with the culture? Just thinking about food, for example, if we want to talk about the procedure, so I ask them to cook and then tell me, and then the teacher can taste the food, the results. So that will be a good idea. Thank you anyway. All right, yes. Basically now, yes, you can read by yourself, or I can read it for you. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, you straight away. Yeah, you handle the questions and answer session.
Okay, so the first question I see here, first two questions. Thank you, by the way, again, for being the first to ask questions. Is one, improving self-cultural awareness is challenging due to oh, sorry, that just closed, wait. Okay. Improving self-cultural awareness is challenging due to the limitation of sources and environment. Would you mind sharing accessible website to help me cope with the problem? Okay. I think for me personally, the way that I learn cultural awareness myself or teach it mostly is through YouTube. I know that that seems like a very simple answer, but people post everything on there. I mean, you can find, you know, vloggers that post their whole entire daily life on there. You can find people kind of are, you know, fake, but you can find a lot of really good sources. So I think the first one is YouTube. Second one is any sort of movie. I think it's a really good cultural resource. I'm sure you know that already, but movies can really show you kind of how life is in other countries. Yeah, of course, movies are fake. I mean, they were created by someone, right? But most of the time, movies are actually based on some form of reality. Even if it's just a movie about, I don't know, like if you ever have seen the movie Cheaper by the Dozen, it's like a movie with the family has like 12 kids. It's a little bit impractical because most families don't have 12 kids, but the things that happen in that movie, it's a younger kids movie, but the things that happen in that movie is like, you know, one of the kids gets bullied, one of the kids has problem with his girlfriend, like all of the things that happen are really real cultural experiences that could potentially happen. So I think movies and YouTube are really good ones. And the last is any sort of news website. So reading the news is not always that fun, but if you look at like CNN or Al Jazeera or one of those, you can actually learn a lot going on in different countries. So if you want to learn about, for example, the political election that just happened in America, can actually help you to learn a lot about our culture because there was a huge divide in the country. It was almost 50-50 with the votes. So I think Sources is another really good website that can help you to learn about culture. Yeah, I hope that answered your question. And the second one here is about technological advancement to assist students. Okay, so the concern. Unfortunately, the world that we live in now, it's really easy to scam people. It's really easy to lie. It's really easy to find inappropriate things on the internet. And our students, they're the first ones to find it. I mean, you give the students 1 minute on the computer, they will be doing something they shouldn't be doing. But unfortunately, we cannot avoid it. We cannot avoid technology. It's coming so fast at us that we can't avoid it. So my practice is, personally, to embrace it, embrace technology, even with the use of AI and ChatGPT and things like that. I actually use it in my classroom as a tool rather than as a something that they're not allowed to do. If I make it prohibited, the students are going to use it even more. So in my classroom, for all research, for all assignments, actually, I allow them to use ChatGPT and AI. But when it comes to assessment, I only do written assessment in the classroom. No, I don't use any computer for my assessment. So I always tell them, if you want to cheat and use AI, ya silakan, you can use it. Go ahead. But when it comes time for assessment, you will not be able to do anything because you just cheated the whole time. So for me, I allow the use of technology in the classroom. I use it many different ways. For example, I I let them use the AI or ChatGPT for research because it actually can be a good tool. I let them use it as well sometimes to help create sentences, so they can see the correct grammatical structure. Sometimes we use like Grammarly or one of the other free ones. I can't think of it right now. To help them check their grammar, so they can go through the website and see all of the grammar mistakes they made in their writing. We also use technology to send emails to pen pals in America. And we use it for creating assignments as well, like creating a vlog about their family. And yeah, I think, of course, the main concern is the safety. So I try not to use websites where they're public. For example, like I will never tell them like post a video on Instagram or post this video on YouTube public. I will never ask them to do that because I don't want them to be exposed to hate or exposed to something that is damaging for them. So I think for me personally, I use any and all technology possible, but I don't ask them to do anything public, posting or something like that. Yeah. Okay, I hope that answered the questions a bit.
Yeah, thank you though for the answer. Thank you for the question from Pak Samsul. I think this is the last question is from Mbak Rahma. Kanji, can you read it or do you want me to read it?
Okay, I can read it. Okay, so as cultural relevance of TEFL learning, how can teachers effectively integrate culturally relevant materials? For examples that suit students' different backgrounds while exposing them to diverse cultures with English as the dominant language. Okay, that's an interesting question. So I personally think that any way that you try to implement culture in the classroom is useful for the student. So even if you think like, I don't do it enough, I only did cultural inclusion or two or three times this semester, it's still okay because you're still doing it, you're still trying, it's still relevant. So trying to introduce culture as much as possible is probably a better way, but if you cannot do it every time based on some restriction or the curriculum you're using, yeah, anything that you introduce to the students is good. So I think the way to do it effectively is to figure out what your students like. So I like to take the student-centered approach when I teach. So, if I show them a video and my students are like staring, but they're not interested at all, okay, then maybe I see my class doesn't do well with the videos. So then, okay, maybe next time I'm not going to use the video again. Or sometimes my students have trouble with reading. My grade 7 students, they're a bit, they struggle a bit sometimes with reading and reading comprehension. So if I give them a long reading text, like an article, and ask them to read it and understand it just like that, they will struggle so much because it's too much for them. So for me, implementing cultural materials, actually, it's different based on the class. So what my students like and what they can do well, I have to kind of assess that first, and then I can create the cultural material I want to show. Because my grade 8 class, they actually do really well with reading and reading comprehension. So they're only 1 year apart, but grade 8, the class is really good at reading comprehension, and grade 7, they're really good at like video comprehension as a whole class. So the materials I give them are based on their strengths. And I think the other point of this question is sometimes we have to be sensitive with our students' backgrounds, right? So sometimes the cultural material actually, in Indonesia, maybe they would find it not appropriate because it's too, too liberal, or from something that maybe in Indonesia is not really acceptable. So we have to be careful with knowing our own culture and which cultural aspect we want to share from the other culture. And then finally, I think the best way to expose them to cultures, even though they all come from different backgrounds, is through group discussion and creating charts. So if you create some diagrams, for example, like a T-chart, where on the left side is, let's say, American culture, and the right side is Indonesian culture, you can compare the two cultures that way. But if your students are from, let's say you have one student from Papua and one student from East Java, those two cultures are already really different, right? So you can actually compare. You can make a chart with 3 different sections. For example, like Papua, East Java, and Missouri. That's the state that I come from in America. So you can compare those 3 cultures. Even though Papua and East Java are in Indonesia, you can compare like the provinces in Asia as well to include all of the different backgrounds that the students have. So I think Indonesia is really unique in that way. We can compare the culture of the island or the province that they come from as well, because it is really different in different parts of Indonesia. Yeah. So I think with the different backgrounds, including the comparison between your own cultures is really important too.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the answer. All right, then I think that is the end of today. Thank you so much, Kenzie. So please put your hands together for Kenzie. Thank you. All right. Okay. Just wait a minute. I think from for me, that's all. I'm proud to be
Recording
your
stopped.
moderator, Kenzie, and hopefully I'll see you again in the next event.
Yes, thank you so much for the invitation. It was great to be here today.
Wow, it's amazing ideas from Miss Mackenzie Halls. And the next is the following agenda is giving certificate for Mackenzie Halls as an ESL expert from USA. They will be given by the head of English Language Education Department to Dr. Horiah, Master of Education. The precious time is yours.
Hello, Kenzie.
Hello, sorry, I turned off my microphone.
Okay, welcome to UNP Kediri. Yeah, so thank you very much for your nice sharing today in our conference. Hopefully we can get many new insights from you. So here, the certificate from us. Yeah, here you are. Thank you, Kenzie. See you next time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the last agenda is closing by the head of English Language Education Department, Dr. Khairiyah, Master of Education. To Dr. Khairiyah, Master of Education, the golden stage is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the 10th ELTT National Conference already done. Hopefully, we can get some meaningful experiences and new insight, new knowledge today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to close this agenda. Thank you very much for your participation today, for co-hosts and all of the participants, keynote speakers, and also invited speakers. On behalf of the head of English Language Education Department, I closed this program officially. Thank you very much. See you on the 11th ELTT National Conference 2025. See you next year.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the last agenda, that is closing. Before we close our fabulous event, I am Marisa Friday.
And I'm here, Inga, as a master of ceremony. We would like to thank for being with us, and we do apologize for our mistakes during guiding you in this event. Thank you very much for the presenters and participants.
And also thank you for co-host and partner, the 10th ELTT National Conference, University of PGRI Madiun and University of Muhammadiyah Ponorogo. See you again on the 11th ELTT 2025.
And the last we say, Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, there is announcement. Actually, for the full paper, the deadline submission is extended until 17 November 2024. So if you don't submit your full paper, just make sure to submit your full paper as soon as possible until 17 November of 2024. Thank you. Okay, well, see you on the 11th ELTT 2025 and see you again. Bye-bye.
See you. Thank you for coming.
Pemuda-pemudi masa depan Indonesia, teruslah tingkatkan ilmumu setinggi-tingginya agar jadi mahasiswa, mahasiswi berprestasi. UMP Kediri siap menjadi perguruan tinggi terbaikmu, karena kita memang berbeda dari lainnya. Unggul, inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu, pengetahuan, teknologi, informasi, dan juga komunikasi. Berbanggalah kita jadi keluarga UMP Kediri. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi, dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. UMP Kediri memang yang terbaik, tempat paling tepat untuk kembangkan ilmu, pendidikan akademik dan juga profesi dengan pembelajaran yang selalu terdepan. Abdi masyarakat yang selalu inovatif demi menciptakan masyarakat mandiri, selalu produktif dan juga sejahtera sentosa. Universitas Nusantara PGRI.